The young man walked home through the quiet streets of Washington, D.C. at 4 in the morning, his phone pressed to his ear. Before we go any further into this story, if you want a brand new American mystery every single night, subscribe. One tap and a new story is waiting for you every evening. Seth Rich had been out late again, talking politics and drinking beer with friends at a sports bar called Lou's City Bar. The summer air hung thick and warm around him as he made his way through the Bloomingdale neighborhood, past the row houses with their neat front porches and sleeping windows. He was 27 years old. He worked for the Democratic National Committee as a voter expansion data director. That meant he spent his days looking at spreadsheets and voter rolls, trying to figure out how to get more people to the polls. It was the kind of work that most people would find boring. Seth Rich loved it. His friends said he believed politics could be pure. He thought democracy was something sacred. He wore American flag ties to work and meant it. When other young people in D.C. got cynical about the system, Seth Rich stayed hopeful. He thought the right data could change the world. He thought every vote mattered. He thought the truth always won in the end. The phone call he was making that night lasted 18 minutes. He was talking to his girlfriend, Kelsey Malka. She lived in another city. They talked every night before he went to sleep. She would later tell police that Seth sounded normal, happy, even. He had just gotten a new job offer. He was going to work for Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign in New York. He was excited about the move. The call ended at 4:19 a.m. on July 10th, 2016. Seth Rich was 2 blocks from his house on Flagler Place. The street was empty. The streetlights cast long shadows between the parked cars. Most of the windows in the neighborhood were dark. A few early risers might have been starting their coffee, getting ready for another day in the nation's capital. What happened next changed everything. 2 gunshots cracked through the morning quiet. They echoed off the brick row houses and faded into silence. Nobody saw the shooter. Nobody heard a car drive away. Nobody witnessed what the police would later call a botched robbery. The only sounds after the gunshots were Seth Rich's footsteps as he stumbled forward, trying to make it home. He made it another block. his hands pressed against the wounds in his back. Blood soaked through his shirt and ran down onto the sidewalk. He was still conscious when the police found him at 4:20 a.m. He was still breathing when the ambulance arrived. He told the officers he was okay. He said he was going to be fine. Seth Rich died at the hospital 2 hours later. The doctors couldn't stop the bleeding. His parents got the call while the sun was coming up. Their son was gone. The young man who believed in democracy and data and the power of every single vote had been shot on a quiet street in Washington, D.C. The police had no suspects. They had no witnesses. They had no clear motive. The official story was simple. Seth Rich had been the victim of a robbery gone wrong. The kind of random crime that happens in big cities. The kind of tragedy that makes parents worry about their children living in dangerous places. The police said it was bad luck. Wrong place, wrong time. A young life cut short by street violence. But something about the story didn't fit. The robbers took nothing. Seth Rich still had his wallet when the police found him. His phone was in his pocket. His watch was on his wrist. Even his wallet chain was still attached. What kind of robbers shoot a man and then run away empty-handed? The mystery deepened in the days that followed. Seth Rich had been working with voter databases. He had access to Democratic Party emails. He knew things about the 2016 election that most people didn't know. Some people started asking questions. Some people started connecting dots that maybe weren't meant to be connected. Within weeks, the murder of Seth Rich became something bigger than a crime story. It became a political symbol. It became a conspiracy theory. It became a weapon that people used to fight about truth and lies and what really happened in American democracy. The young man who believed politics could be pure became the center of the most impure political battle of his generation. His name would be spoken in Congress. It would trend on social media. It would divide families and end friendships. The murder of Seth Rich lit a fire that burned through American politics for years. And at the center of it all was a simple question that nobody could answer. What really happened on that quiet street in Washington, D.C.? Washington, D.C. in July feels like breathing through wet cotton. The air hangs thick and heavy between the row houses of Bloomingdale. Even at 4 in the morning, the humidity clings to your skin like a second shirt you can't take off. The streetlights cast yellow pools on the cracked sidewalks. Between those pools, shadows gather deep and black. Bloomingdale sits just north of the Capitol Dome. It's one of those neighborhoods that gentrification found in the 2000s. Old brick houses with new paint. Corner stores next to coffee shops that sell $5 lattes. Young professionals moving in beside families who have lived there for generations. The kind of place where a 27-year-old political worker might choose to live, close enough to downtown to bike to work, far enough out to afford the rent. The streets follow a grid pattern like most of D.C., numbers running north to south, letters running east to west. Flagler Place cuts through like a quiet side street where nothing much happens. Tree-lined and narrow. Cars parked tight against the curb. The kind of street where neighbors know each other's dogs by name. On July 10, 2016, the summer heat had been building for weeks. The kind of heat that makes the asphalt soft under your feet. Air conditioners hummed in windows. Ice cream trucks played their tinkling songs through the afternoon. People sat on their front steps until late, waiting for the air to cool. Some never went inside at all. The bars downtown had been busy that night. It was a Sunday, but summer Sundays in D.C. still draw crowds. Young people working in politics don't follow normal schedules. They work late. They drink later. They stumble home when the metro stops running and call it an early night. Seth Rich had been at Lou's City Bar on 14th Street, a neighborhood place with exposed brick walls and craft beer on tap. The kind of bar where Hill staffers and campaign workers gather to complain about their bosses and argue about policy. The music plays loud enough to drown out the politics talk. The drinks are strong enough to make you forget about tomorrow's meetings. He left around 1:30 a.m. The bar was closing. Last call had come and gone. The sidewalks on 14th Street were still busy with people looking for late-night food. Food trucks parked at the corners. Pizza places with neon signs still glowing. The night greasy summer nights do. The walk home to Bloomingdale takes about 20 minutes. Down 14th Street, past the coffee shops and boutiques. Left on Florida Avenue, where the traffic lights blink yellow after midnight. Then into the quieter residential streets, where the city noise fades to a whisper. Flagler Place at 4 a.m. is a different world. The streetlights create islands of pale light. Between them, the darkness feels complete. Row houses stand shoulder to shoulder like sleeping giants. Their windows are dark except for the occasional blue glow of a television. The air smells like cooling concrete and the faint sweetness of night-blooming flowers. This is where the city transforms. Downtown DC never really sleeps. But in neighborhoods like Bloomingdale, the night belongs to different creatures. Cats picking through garbage cans, raccoons waddling between parked cars, the occasional jogger with reflective gear and earbuds, police cruisers moving slow and quiet through the empty streets. The houses on Flagler Place were built in the 1920s. Red brick with white trim, small front yards behind chain-link fences. Some have been renovated with new windows and fresh paint. Others still show their age in cracked steps and peeling shutters. It's the kind of street where young professionals live next to families who have been there for decades. At 4:15 a.m., the street was empty except for parked cars. A few porch lights glowed yellow. Most windows were dark. The air had finally started to cool, but only slightly. It still felt thick and heavy, the kind of night where sound carries farther than it should. This was the world Seth Rich walked into. A quiet residential street in a city that never fully sleeps. A place where a young man should have been safe walking home from a bar, where neighbors look out for each other, where the worst thing that usually happens is a car break-in or a loud party. But on this night, something different was waiting in the shadows between the streetlights. Something that would transform this quiet street into the center of a national controversy. The humid air that hung over Flagler Place would soon be filled with questions that nobody could answer. The peaceful neighborhood would become a crime scene, and the name of this unremarkable street would be spoken in Congress and argued about on television. The setting was perfect for a mystery that would consume American politics for years to come. The phone call came at 4:19 a.m. 4 minutes after Seth, Rich was found bleeding on Flagler Place. 4 minutes after 2 gunshots shattered the quiet of a summer night. The call went to the Metropolitan Police Department's dispatch center. A woman's voice, calm but urgent. She had heard the shots. She had seen a man lying in the street. The dispatcher who took that call was Maria Santos. She had been working the overnight shift for 6 years. She knew the sounds of the city at night. The difference between fireworks and gunfire. The way panic changes a person's voice. But this call felt different. The woman on the phone spoke clearly. Too clearly for someone who had just witnessed a shooting. Her words came out measured and careful, like she was reading from a script. Maria asked the standard questions. Where exactly did you see the victim? Are you sure he's breathing? Did you see the shooter? The woman answered each question without hesitation, but her answers were strange. She said she saw the man fall, but she couldn't describe what the shooter looked like. She said she heard 2 shots, but she wasn't sure which direction they came from. She gave her name as Jennifer Williams. But when police tried to call her back later, the number went to a disconnected line. The first officer to arrive was Sergeant Mike Thompson. He had been patrolling the area for 8 years. He knew every street corner and alley. He knew which houses had dogs that barked at strangers, which teenagers hung out behind the convenience store, which blocks stayed quiet even on weekend nights. Flagler Place was one of the quiet ones. The kind of street where nothing ever happened. Thompson pulled up to the scene at 4:22 a.m. His headlights cut through the darkness and found Seth Rich lying face down on the pavement. The young man was conscious, but barely. Blood pooled beneath his chest. His wallet was still in his back pocket. His watch was still on his wrist. His phone was still in his hand. Nothing had been taken. This wasn't a robbery gone wrong. This was something else entirely. The paramedics arrived 3 minutes later. Sarah Kim and David Rodriguez had been working together for 2 years. They had seen every kind of trauma the city could produce. Gang shootings and domestic violence, drug overdoses and car accidents. But this scene bothered them. The victim was well-dressed and clean-cut. He looked like someone's son, someone who didn't belong on a crime scene. Seth was still breathing when they loaded him into the ambulance, still conscious enough to speak. Sarah leaned close to hear what he was trying to say. His voice was weak but clear. He kept repeating the same thing over and over. "I'm okay. I'm going to be okay." Like he was trying to convince himself, like he knew something the paramedics didn't. The ride to Howard University Hospital took 12 minutes. Seth's vital signs stayed stable the whole way. His injuries looked serious, but not fatal. 2 gunshot wounds to the back, but no major organs hit. No arterial bleeding. The kind of wounds that people survive every day in emergency rooms across America. Sarah had seen much worse cases walk out of the hospital a week later. Dr. Jennifer Walsh was waiting in the trauma bay. She had been working emergency medicine for 15 years. She had steady hands and quick instincts. She knew how to read a patient's chances in the first 30 seconds. When Seth Rich rolled through those doors, she thought he was going to make it. His blood pressure was low but stable. His breathing was regular. His pupils responded to light. All good signs, but something felt wrong about the whole situation. The police officers who came with the ambulance were asking strange questions. Not the usual ones about next of kin and insurance. They wanted to know if Seth had said anything specific, if he had mentioned any names, if he seemed scared or confused. Dr. Walsh had never heard cops ask those kinds of questions about a robbery victim. The hospital security footage would later show something odd. 3 men in dark suits arrived at the hospital 40 minutes after the ambulance. They didn't sign in at the front desk. They didn't speak to the nurses. They went straight to the trauma ward like they knew exactly where to go. The cameras caught them talking to the police officers in hushed tones. Then all of them disappeared into a conference room. Seth Rich died at 5:57 a.m., less than 2 hours after he was shot. Dr. Walsh couldn't explain why. His injuries weren't that severe. His body should have responded to treatment. But something went wrong in those final minutes. something that would haunt her for years to come. The young man who kept saying he was going to be okay never made it to see the sunrise. The morning light crept across Flagler Place like spilled honey, slow and golden, the kind of light that makes even the most ordinary street look like something from a painting. Detective Jack Koenig had seen 1,000 crime scenes in his 23 years with the Metropolitan Police. But this one felt different from the moment he stepped out of his unmarked sedan. The blood on the sidewalk had already started to dry. Dark red stains against gray concrete. 2 small pools where Seth Rich had fallen. The paramedics had done their work and gone. The ambulance had carried him away into the humid Washington morning. Now only the evidence remained. Koenig walked the scene slowly. His partner, Detective Mike Rodriguez, was already taking photographs. The camera flash lit up the quiet residential street in harsh white bursts. Click, flash, click, flash. The rhythm of police work, the careful documentation of violence. The first thing that struck Koenig was how clean everything looked. Too clean for a robbery gone wrong. Seth's wallet was still in his back pocket. His credit cards were there. His cash was there. Even his Metro card was tucked neatly behind his driver's license. His watch was still on his wrist. A nice watch, too. The kind that would catch a thief's eye in the dark. Rodriguez found Seth's phone about 10 feet from where he fell. The screen was cracked, but the device still worked. No missed calls. No threatening messages. Just the normal digital life of a 27-year-old. Text messages about weekend plans. Photos of friends at bars. Work emails about voter databases and campaign schedules. The neighbors started coming out around 7 in the morning. Mrs. Patterson from 2134 brought coffee in paper cups. She had lived on Flagler Place for 38 years. She knew every sound this street made, every car that belonged, and every car that didn't. She told Koenig she heard the gunshots around 4:19 a.m. 2 quick pops, like firecrackers going off. Then silence. But Mrs. Patterson heard something else too. Something that would stick with Koenig for months afterward. She heard voices. Male voices. calm and controlled, not the panicked shouts you'd expect after a shooting. These voices were having a conversation, like they were discussing the weather or planning lunch. She couldn't make out the words through her bedroom window, but the tone was all wrong. The ballistics team arrived at 8:30 a.m. They found 2 shell casings in the grass near the sidewalk, .40 caliber rounds, common ammunition, the kind you could buy at any gun store in Virginia. The casings were clean, no fingerprints, no DNA. Whoever fired those shots knew enough to wear gloves. Koenig walked the route Seth would have taken home from Lou's City Bar, 4 blocks through the heart of Bloomingdale, past the corner market that stayed open all night, past the bus stop where shift workers waited for the early morning routes, past the small park where dog owners brought their pets before dawn. It was a safe walk, the kind of walk thousands of young professionals made every night in Washington. The security cameras told a strange story, or rather, they didn't tell much of a story at all. The camera at the corner market was pointed the wrong way. The camera at the bus stop had been broken for 3 weeks. The camera in the park had mysteriously malfunctioned sometime after midnight. Only one camera caught anything useful, a grainy image of Seth walking alone down the sidewalk at 4:17 a.m. He looked relaxed. His hands were in his pockets. He was walking at a normal pace, not the hurried stride of someone who felt threatened. The forensics team spent 6 hours processing the scene. They collected blood samples. They measured distances. They made detailed sketches of where everything was found. But the evidence painted a picture that didn't make sense. This wasn't a mugging. Muggers don't leave wallets behind. They don't have calm conversations after shooting someone. They don't wear gloves to handle shell casings. By noon, the yellow tape was gone. The blood had been washed away with a garden hose. Flagler Place looked normal again. Just another quiet street in a gentrifying neighborhood. But Koenig knew this case would be different. He had worked enough homicides to recognize the signs, the missing pieces, the questions that had no good answers, the feeling that someone was watching from the shadows. The official police report would list Seth Rich's death as a robbery gone wrong. Case number 161-23456, filed away with hundreds of other unsolved murders in the district. But Detective Koenig kept the file on his desk for weeks afterward, reading it over and over, looking for the detail he might have missed, the clue that would make everything clear. He never found it. Three days after the shooting, something strange happened at Seth Rich's apartment. His roommates came home from work to find the front door slightly open. Not wide open, just cracked enough that you could see a sliver of darkness inside. They called out Seth's name before they remembered. He wasn't coming home anymore. The silence that answered them felt heavy as wet concrete. Inside, everything looked normal at first glance. The couch where Seth liked to watch baseball games, his coffee mug still sitting on the kitchen counter, a ring of dried coffee staining the bottom, his laptop bag hanging on the back of a chair by the window. But the bag was empty. The laptop was gone. So was his work phone. His personal phone had been found at the crime scene, cracked but intact. But his work devices had vanished like smoke. The roommates called the police. Officer Martinez arrived 20 minutes later, notepad in hand. He walked through the apartment slowly, checking windows and door frames. No signs of forced entry. No scratches on the locks. No broken glass or splintered wood. Whoever had been inside had used a key, or knew how to pick locks without leaving a trace. Martinez asked the obvious questions. Who else had access to the apartment? Whether Seth had given anyone his spare key. The roommates shook their heads. Seth was careful about things like that. Private. He kept his work life separate from everything else. The officer wrote down serial numbers for the missing laptop. He took photos of the empty bag. He promised to file a report, but his voice carried the tone of someone going through the motions. Stolen electronics rarely turned up in Washington. The black market swallowed them whole. What Martinez didn't write in his report was the strange detail one roommate mentioned. The apartment smelled different. Not bad different. Just wrong. Like someone wearing unfamiliar cologne had spent time there. A scent that lingered in the air like an unwelcome guest. The missing laptop became a footnote in the official investigation. Detective Koenig added it to Seth's file with a yellow sticky note. Work computer stolen from victim's residence, 7/13/16. 3 lines in a case that would eventually fill dozens of folders. But the laptop wasn't just any computer. Seth Rich worked for the Democratic National Committee. His job involved voter databases and campaign analytics, the kind of information that political operatives guard like state secrets. The DNC's IT department confirmed the theft within hours. They remotely wiped the hard drive and changed all the passwords Seth had access to. Standard procedure, they said. Protecting sensitive data was more important than preserving evidence. This decision would haunt the case for years. Digital forensics experts would later argue that the laptop might have contained clues. Email records, browser history, files that could explain why someone wanted Seth Rich dead. Instead, the hard drive was wiped clean before investigators could examine it. Like erasing a chalkboard before anyone could read what was written there. The timing bothered Detective Koenig. 3 days was a strange window, long enough for the initial shock to wear off, short enough that the apartment hadn't been thoroughly secured. Almost like someone had been waiting for the right moment. He drove by Seth's building that evening just to see it for himself. A converted row house in a neighborhood where young professionals lived. The kind of place where people minded their own business and didn't ask too many questions. The building had no security cameras, no doorman, no electronic locks that kept digital records, just old-fashioned keys and trust. Koenig sat in his car across the street, watching the windows. Lights flickered on in different apartments as people came home from work. Normal life continuing around the edges of tragedy. He thought about the missing laptop, about doors that opened themselves, about the smell of unfamiliar cologne in a dead man's apartment. In his 23 years as a detective, Koenig had learned to pay attention to the details that didn't fit, the evidence that seemed too convenient, the witnesses who knew just a little too much or just a little too little. The missing laptop felt like the first loose thread in a sweater. Pull on it too hard, and the whole thing might unravel. But sometimes unraveling was exactly what a case needed. Sometimes the truth was hidden underneath layers of official explanations and convenient coincidences. Koenig made a note in his personal journal that night, not in the official file, just a reminder to himself. Check laptop theft again. Something doesn't add up. He had no idea that this missing computer would become the center of a storm that would rage for years. That conspiracy theorists would build entire theories around those empty laptop bags, that the absence of evidence would become evidence of absence. All he knew was that someone had walked into Seth Rich's apartment 3 days after his murder and taken the one thing that might have explained everything. The news spread through Bloomingdale like smoke from a summer barbecue. Slow at first, then everywhere at once. By the time the morning joggers made their rounds past Flagler Place, everyone knew that something terrible had happened to the young man who lived in the brick row house with the blue door. At the corner market on Rhode Island Avenue, Mrs. Chen heard the story 3 different ways before noon. The first customer said it was a robbery gone wrong. The second said the boy had fought back against 2 men with guns. The third whispered that nothing was taken at all, which made no sense if you believed the first 2 versions. Mrs. Chen had run that market for 15 years. She'd seen the neighborhood change from rough to respectable, watched young professionals move into houses that used to sit empty. She remembered when gunshots were common enough that nobody called the police unless someone was actually bleeding on the sidewalk. But this felt different. This felt personal. The boy had come into her store maybe twice a week. Always polite. Always bought the same things. Energy drinks and those expensive protein bars that cost more than her lunch. He'd ask about her grandson sometimes. Remembered that the kid played Little League baseball. He was one of the good ones, she told her husband that evening. The kind who says thank you and means it. Down at Murphy's Tavern, the conversation ran darker. The old-timers who gathered there every afternoon had theories about everything. About why the Nationals never won when it mattered. About why the Metro always broke down in August. About why young people moved to the neighborhood and then complained about the noise from the train tracks. But keeps their wallet and their watch. "I've lived here 43 years, said Tommy Brennan, whose father had tended bar at Murphy's before him. "I've seen every kind of crime you can imagine. Robberies, drug deals, domestic disputes that spilled onto the street. But this doesn't smell right." The others nodded into their beer glasses. They'd all heard stories like this before. Stories about people who knew too much or asked too many questions. Stories about accidents that weren't accidents and suicides that weren't suicides. Washington was a city built on secrets. Everyone knew that. The question was which secrets mattered, and which ones were just the ordinary lies that kept the machine running. At the Bloomingdale Farmers Market that Saturday, the vendors spoke in hushed tones between customers. The woman who sold organic tomatoes had heard that Seth Rich worked for the Democratic Party. The man with the honey stand said he'd heard the boy was some kind of computer expert. The lady with the fresh flowers whispered that her cousin's friend worked at the hospital and said the wounds looked professional. Each story grew a little in the telling. Details got added and subtracted like ingredients in a recipe that nobody had written down. By Sunday morning, half the neighborhood believed Seth Rich had been killed because he discovered something important. The other half thought he'd just been in the wrong place at the wrong time. But everyone agreed that the official story felt incomplete. The older residents remembered other cases like this. Young people who died under strange circumstances. Investigations that went nowhere. Families who asked questions and got silence instead of answers. There was the journalist who drowned in the Potomac in 1991. The congressional aide who jumped from the Wilson Bridge in 2003. The State Department employee who died in a car accident that witnesses said looked more like a chase scene. Maybe they were all coincidences. Maybe Washington just attracted the kind of ambitious young people who made enemies and took risks. Maybe the city's power and pressure drove some people to desperate choices. Or maybe there was a pattern that only became visible when you stepped back far enough to see the whole picture. The conspiracy theories started small. A post on Reddit here, a comment on Facebook there. Someone would mention the missing laptop. Someone else would point out that nothing person would ask why the police seemed so eager to call it a botched robbery when the evidence suggested otherwise. The internet had a way of connecting dots that might not actually be connected, but it also had a way of asking questions that nobody else was brave enough to ask. Within a month, Seth Rich's name was being whispered in chat rooms and message boards across the country. His death had become a symbol of something larger, something that people felt but couldn't quite name. The murder of a young man on a quiet street in Washington had somehow become the center of a war over truth itself. Washington has always been a city built on secrets. Long before the marble monuments rose from the swampland, before the first politician ever walked these streets, this place held mysteries that ran deeper than any modern conspiracy. The Nacogdoches people knew this land as a crossing place. Rivers met here. Trade routes converged. Different tribes would gather where the Potomac and Anacostia rivers joined, bringing news from distant territories. They called it a place where stories mixed and changed, where truth became legend and legend became something else entirely. The early European settlers felt it too. Pierre L'Enfant designed the city's streets in patterns that seemed to invite secrets. Diagonal avenues cutting across a perfect grid, hidden sight lines and unexpected connections. Some say he planned it that way on purpose. Others claim the city's strange geometry was an accident that became a feature. By the 1800s, Washington had earned its reputation as a place where information was currency. Diplomats traded secrets in drawing rooms. Newspaper men bought stories with whiskey and gold. The telegraph lines that connected the capital to the rest of the country carried more rumors than facts. Truth was whatever version of events served the most powerful interests. The Civil War turned Washington into a fortress city. Spies moved through the streets like ghosts. Confederate agents posed as Union supporters. Union operatives pretended to be Southern sympathizers. Nobody knew who to trust. Coded messages passed between houses that looked innocent from the outside. A wrong word to the wrong person could mean prison or worse. After the war, the city settled into a different kind of secrecy, the kind that came with bureaucracy and backroom deals. Government workers learned to speak in careful phrases that revealed nothing. Journalists developed sources they protected with their lives. Politicians perfected the art of saying everything and nothing at the same time. The 20th century brought new layers of mystery. 2 world wars filled Washington with intelligence agencies and classified projects. The FBI built its headquarters like a fortress. The CIA operated from buildings that didn't officially exist. Foreign embassies became centers of international intrigue. Every major street corner seemed to hide another government office with a mission nobody could discuss. By the time Seth Rich walked these same streets, Washington had become a city where conspiracy theories wrote themselves. The infrastructure was already in place. Generations of actual secrets had trained people to look for hidden meanings. Real cover-ups had taught citizens that official explanations weren't always true. The internet changed everything. Suddenly, anyone with a computer could connect dots that might have stayed separate in earlier times. Message boards and chat rooms became the new taverns where rumors spread. Social media turned every citizen into a potential investigator. The same technology that was supposed to make information more transparent also made it easier to create false connections. Washington's geography made it perfect for this new kind of mystery. The city was small enough that everything felt connected. A murder in one neighborhood could ripple across the entire district within hours. Local news became national news, became international speculation. The same streets that had carried whispers about Civil War spies now carried theories about political assassinations. The powerful families who had run Washington for generations understood how this worked. They knew that in a city built on information, controlling the narrative was more important than controlling the facts. They had learned from their ancestors who had survived scandals by managing what people believed rather than what actually happened. Seth Rich's death landed in this environment like a spark in dry grass. The city was already primed for conspiracy theories. The political climate was already charged with suspicion. The internet was already full of people looking for patterns and connections. His murder didn't create the conditions for a conspiracy theory. It just gave those conditions a focus. The story that grew around Seth Rich's death followed pathways that had been carved by centuries of Washington mysteries. It used the same language that had been whispered in drawing rooms and telegraph offices and government hallways for 200 years. The details were modern, but the structure was ancient. This was how Washington worked, how it had always worked. Real secrets created an atmosphere where imaginary secrets could flourish. Actual conspiracies made fictional conspiracies seem plausible. The city's long history of hidden agendas and classified information had taught people to assume that official explanations were incomplete at best. Seth Rich became part of this tradition, whether he wanted to or not. His death joined the long list of Washington mysteries that would never be fully explained to everyone's satisfaction. The conspiracy that wrote itself around his murder was just the latest chapter in a story that began before the city even existed. The pattern was older than politics, older than government, older than the buildings that housed the secrets. Washington had always been a place where truth went to become something else entirely. The pattern was older than politics, older than government, older than the buildings that housed the secrets. Washington had always been a place where truth went to become something else entirely. 3,000 miles away, in a different kind of building that held different kinds of secrets, Julian Assange sat behind bulletproof glass. The Ecuadorian embassy in London felt like a ship trapped in amber. Time moved differently there. The walls held the weight of asylum and exile, and the strange mathematics of international law. Assange had been living in those rooms for 4 years by the time Seth Rich died. 4 years of the same windows, the same hallways, the same careful dance between protection and imprisonment. The embassy existed in a legal gray zone where normal rules bent like light through water. It was the perfect place for someone who dealt in the spaces between official truth and hidden reality. The WikiLeaks founder had built his reputation on releasing secrets that governments preferred to keep buried. Military documents, diplomatic cables. The private conversations of powerful people who thought their words would never see daylight. He understood how information moved through the world, like water finding cracks in stone. When reporters asked him about the Democratic National Committee emails that WikiLeaks had published, Assange gave answers that created more questions. He spoke carefully, the way people speak when they know their words will be examined under microscopes. Every syllable carried weight. The emails had arrived at WikiLeaks through channels that remained deliberately obscure. This was how the organization worked. Sources stayed hidden behind layers of encryption and digital anonymity. The technology existed to keep secrets even from the people who received them. Assange often didn't know who sent him information. That ignorance was a form of protection. But something about the DNC leak felt different to the people watching from outside. The timing seemed too perfect. The content too damaging. The release too coordinated with other events swirling through that strange summer of 2016. Patterns emerged that looked like purpose rather than coincidence. Assange had always maintained that WikiLeaks never revealed its sources. This principle had protected whistleblowers and leakers for years. It was the foundation of everything the organization claimed to represent. Breaking that rule would destroy the trust that made their work possible. Yet, in August 2016, something shifted during a Dutch television interview. Assange did something unprecedented. He offered a reward for information about Seth Rich's murder. $12,000 for details that might lead to a conviction. The announcement came without explanation or context. It simply appeared like morning fog rolling off the Thames. The reward created a mystery within a mystery. Why would WikiLeaks care about a robbery gone wrong in Washington? Why would Assange break his usual silence about American domestic crimes? The questions multiplied like ripples in still water. Reporters pressed him for answers. Assange responded with the careful non-answers of someone walking a tightrope made of words. He wouldn't confirm that Seth Rich had been a source. He wouldn't deny it either. He spoke about the dangers that whistleblowers faced, about the courage required to reveal uncomfortable truths. that sources sometimes paid for their decisions. The space between confirmation and denial became fertile ground for speculation. People filled that emptiness with their own theories and fears and hopes. Assange's silence said more than his words ever could. Or maybe it said nothing at all. The interpretation depended on what the listener wanted to hear. Inside the embassy, surrounded by the strange physics of diplomatic immunity, Assange continued his work. Documents arrived through encrypted channels. Journalists called seeking comment on stories that would reshape headlines. The machinery of revelation kept turning even as its operator remained trapped in a building that existed between countries. The Seth Rich reward remained active. $12,000 waiting for information that might never come. The number sat on WikiLeaks' website like a question mark made of money. It suggested knowledge without revealing it. It implied connection without confirming anything. London rain streaked the embassy windows as Assange gave more interviews. Each conversation added new layers to the mystery without solving anything. His words created shadows that looked like answers from certain angles. Turn your head slightly, and they became questions again. The reward money waited in digital accounts, while conspiracy theories bloomed in comment sections and message boards. Assange had lit a fuse without saying where it led. The explosion would come later, in forms he probably never intended. Sometimes the most dangerous thing you can do is suggest that secrets exist without revealing what they are. The embassy remained quiet except for the sound of keyboards and encrypted phone calls. Outside, London continued its ancient dance of rain and politics and carefully guarded information. Inside, a man who had spent his life revealing other people's secrets had created one of his own. Joel and Mary Rich never wanted to become public figures. They were quiet people who raised their children in Omaha, Nebraska. Joel worked as a contractor. Mary taught school. They believed in hard work and family dinners, and the idea that good people could make the world better through small acts of kindness. Their son Seth had inherited that optimism. He called them every Sunday without fail. He sent funny text messages about his work at the Democratic National Committee. He talked about voter databases and registration drives with the enthusiasm of someone who still believed politics could be pure. When he moved to Washington, they worried like all parents do. Big cities can swallow small-town kids whole. The phone call came at 4 in the morning on July 10th. A voice they didn't recognize told them their son had been shot. The words felt impossible. Seth was careful. Seth was smart. Seth avoided trouble the way other people avoided bad weather. He crossed streets at crosswalks and locked his doors and never walked alone in dangerous neighborhoods. Mary Rich would later say the hardest part was the waiting. They flew to Washington, not knowing if their son would live or die. The hospital hallways smelled like disinfectant and fear. Doctors spoke in careful language about trauma and surgery and things they couldn't predict. Seth was alive but unconscious. Machines breathed for him while his parents held his hands and whispered stories from his childhood. The police came with questions that felt like accusations wrapped in sympathy. They wanted to know about Seth's friends, his habits, his enemies. They asked if he used drugs or owed money or had gotten mixed up with dangerous people. Joel Rich found himself defending his son to strangers who saw him as a statistic rather than a person. Seth didn't do drugs. Seth didn't gamble. Seth helped old ladies carry groceries and sent birthday cards to his grandmother. The conspiracy theories started before Seth died. Mary Rich discovered them on her phone while sitting in the hospital waiting room. Strangers on the internet were already spinning stories about her unconscious son. They claimed he was a whistleblower. They said he had stolen emails from his own employer. They turned him into a character in a political thriller while he lay dying 3 floors above them. Seth Rich died on July 10th at 10:57 in the morning. His parents were holding his hands when the machines finally went quiet. The last thing Mary Rich said to her son was that she loved him. The last thing Joel Rich did was kiss his forehead. They thought that would be the end of their nightmare. Instead, it was only the beginning. The funeral should have been private, a time for family and friends to remember a young man who believed in making the world better. Instead, it became a media event. Reporters called their house at all hours. Strangers showed up at their door, claiming to be investigators. People who had never met Seth suddenly knew everything about his life and death. The internet detectives were the worst part. They picked apart every detail of Seth's life, like archaeologists studying ancient ruins. They analyzed his social media posts for hidden meanings. They created timelines and theories and elaborate charts connecting him to international conspiracies. They turned their grief into entertainment and their son into a symbol. Mary Rich tried to correct the false stories. She went on television to say that Seth wasn't a whistleblower. He wasn't involved in any conspiracy. He was just a young man who loved his job and his family and believed that democracy could work if good people participated in it. Her words disappeared into the noise like raindrops in an ocean. The family hired their own investigator. They offered their own reward money. They begged people to focus on finding Seth's killer instead of creating elaborate theories about international espionage. The real mystery was simple and heartbreaking. Someone had shot their son on a quiet street in Washington. That person was still free, while the internet argued about stolen emails and political conspiracies. Joel Rich would later say that losing Seth twice was the cruelest part. First to the bullet that killed him, then to the conspiracy theories that turned him into something he never was. They wanted their son back from the people who had claimed him for their own purposes. They wanted to mourn in peace. The parents who just wanted answers found themselves drowning in theories instead. Every new claim about Seth's death took him further away from the truth of who he had been. A young man who called his parents every Sunday. A son who sent funny text messages and believed in democracy and helped old ladies with their groceries. The conspiracy had consumed their child completely. What remained was a symbol they barely recognized. Detective Rod Wheeler had worked hundreds of cases in his 20 years with the Metropolitan Police. He knew how investigations moved, the rhythm of evidence gathering, the careful dance between what you could prove and what you suspected. But the Seth Rich case felt different from the moment he got Wheeler was a private investigator now. He had left the force years earlier to start his own firm. When the rich family contacted him in early 2017, he thought he understood what they wanted. Parents desperate for answers. A cold case that needed fresh eyes. The kind of work that kept him busy and paid the bills. The family had grown frustrated with the pace of the official investigation. 9 months had passed since Seth's death. The police seemed no closer to finding his killer. Wheeler's job was simple. Review the evidence, talk to witnesses, see what the detectives might have missed. But Wheeler quickly discovered something strange. The case files were harder to access than usual. Phone calls went unreturned. Meetings got canceled at the last minute. Sources who normally talked freely suddenly had nothing to say. The Metropolitan Police Department treated the Seth Rich case like it was made of glass. Everyone was afraid to touch it. Wheeler had never seen anything quite like it. Even seasoned detectives who had worked the original scene seemed nervous when his name came up. Wheeler started making his own calls. He reached out to contacts in the department, old friends who owed him favors, people who usually shared information without thinking twice about it. The response was always the same. A long pause, an uncomfortable silence, then a polite refusal to discuss the case. Something was protecting this investigation from outside scrutiny. Wheeler could feel it like a wall he couldn't see. The normal channels that private investigators used to gather information had been quietly shut down. The case had become untouchable. Wheeler began to suspect the FBI was involved. Federal agencies had ways of making local investigations disappear behind bureaucratic barriers. They could classify evidence, restrict access to witnesses, turn a simple murder case into a matter of national security without anyone understanding why. The detective started noticing patterns in his conversations. The same phrases kept appearing. Ongoing investigation. Cannot comment at this time. Refer all questions to the Public Information Office. It sounded like everyone was reading from the same script. Wheeler had worked with federal agencies before. He knew how they operated when they wanted to control information. The Seth Rich case had all the hallmarks authority had decided this murder investigation needed special handling. The private investigator found himself caught between two impossible positions. The rich family had hired him to find answers, but every door he tried to open had been locked from the inside. The people who might have helped him were under orders not to talk. Wheeler started going public with his frustrations. He gave interviews to local news stations. He appeared on radio shows. He told anyone who would listen that the Seth Rich investigation was being deliberately obstructed. Someone was preventing him from doing the job the family had hired him to do. The detectives' public statements created their own problems. Conservative media outlets seized on his words as proof of a cover-up. Liberal commentators accused him of feeding conspiracy theories. Wheeler found himself in the middle of a political firestorm he had never intended to start. The rich family grew uncomfortable with the attention Wheeler was generating. They had hired him to investigate their son's murder quietly. Instead, he was making television appearances and giving newspaper interviews. The private investigation was becoming as public as the conspiracy theories they were trying to escape. Wheeler's relationship with the rich family deteriorated quickly. They accused him of exploiting their grief for personal publicity. He insisted he was only trying to break through the wall of silence that surrounded the case. Both sides felt betrayed by the other. The detective eventually withdrew from the investigation. He stopped giving interviews. He stopped returning phone calls from reporters. The case that had promised to revive his career had nearly destroyed his reputation instead. Wheeler later said he had never encountered anything like the Seth Rich investigation. The level of secrecy surrounding a routine murder case was unprecedented in his experience. Someone with serious power had decided this particular death required special protection. The detective who wouldn't talk had tried to talk. The system had made sure nobody was listening. Wheeler's silence became another piece of the puzzle. Another question mark in a case that seemed designed to generate questions without providing answers. The investigation continued without him. The rich family went back to waiting for the police to solve their son's murder. The conspiracy theories grew louder in the absence of official information. Wheeler returned to his other cases and tried to forget about the young man who had died on Flagler Place. The internet never sleeps. When traditional investigators stepped back from the Seth Rich case, thousands of digital detectives stepped forward. They worked from bedrooms and coffee shops and office cubicles during lunch breaks. They had no badges or authority. They had something else. They had time and they had questions. And they had the unshakable belief that the truth was hiding in plain sight. The online investigation began on Reddit. A community called the Donald became the unofficial headquarters for Seth Rich researchers. These weren't professional investigators. They were accountants and teachers and college students and retirees. They shared one thing in common. They believed the official story didn't add up. The Reddit detectives worked like archaeologists. They dug through social media posts and news articles and public records. They cross-referenced timelines and mapped locations and analyzed photographs, pixel by pixel. They created elaborate charts connecting people and events. They built theories like architects building houses, one piece of evidence at a time. Within weeks, they had assembled a parallel investigation that dwarfed anything the police had made public. They found Seth's social media accounts and studied every post. They tracked down his college friends and former coworkers. They identified everyone who had been at the bar with Seth on his last night alive. They created detailed maps of his walk home, marking every security camera and every possible witness. The internet detectives discovered things the police hadn't mentioned. They found that Seth had been talking to his girlfriend on the phone when he was attacked. The call had lasted several minutes after the shooting. His girlfriend had heard voices in the background, but couldn't make out what they were saying. The police had never released this information. The Reddit researchers found it by tracking down the girlfriend and convincing her to talk. They also found surveillance footage the police hadn't discussed. A camera at a nearby construction site had captured a figure walking through the neighborhood around the time of the shooting. The image was grainy and distant, but it showed someone moving with purpose through the empty streets. The person appeared to be wearing dark clothing and walking quickly away from the area where Seth was found. The online investigators worked with the intensity of people solving a puzzle that might save the world. They stayed up all night following leads and comparing notes. They created encrypted chat rooms to share sensitive information. They used code names and secure email accounts. They acted like they were investigating a matter of national security, not a street crime in Washington. Their discoveries spread beyond Reddit. The theories migrated to Twitter and Facebook and YouTube. Independent journalists picked up the research and added their own investigations. Bloggers wrote detailed analyses of the evidence. Podcasters devoted entire episodes to examining the case. The Seth Rich story became a crowdsourced investigation involving thousands of people across the country. The internet detectives found connections that seemed impossible to ignore. They discovered that Seth had been in contact with WikiLeaks supporters in the months before his death. They found evidence that he had been unhappy with his job at the Democratic National Committee. They uncovered emails suggesting he had concerns about the primary election process. Each discovery seemed to support the theory that Seth had been the source of the DNC email leak. The online researchers also found inconsistencies in the official timeline. The police said Seth had been conscious and talking when they arrived at the scene. But the hospital records suggested his injuries were immediately life-threatening. The internet detectives wondered how someone with such severe wounds could have survived long enough to speak with officers. They questioned whether Seth had said something important in those final moments. The digital investigation took on a life of its own. New researchers joined every day, bringing fresh perspectives and different skills. Computer programmers analyzed metadata from leaked documents. Former military personnel examined crime scene photographs for tactical details. Lawyers studied the legal implications of various theories. The investigation became a collaborative effort that operated 24 hours a day. Traditional media outlets began to take notice. Some reporters dismissed the internet detectives as conspiracy theorists. Others found their research compelling enough to pursue their own investigations. The line between professional journalism and amateur sleuthing began to blur. The Seth Rich case had created a new model of investigation, one that operated outside the normal channels of law enforcement and media. The internet detectives had accomplished something remarkable. They had kept a story alive when official sources wanted it to disappear. They had generated more public information about the case than the police had released. They had created a community of people who refused to accept that some questions shouldn't be asked. But their success came with a cost. The deeper they dug, the more complex the case became. Every answer seemed to generate 3 new questions. The truth felt simultaneously closer and further away than ever. The police called it a botched robbery. That was the official explanation from the very beginning. Someone tried to rob Seth Rich on his walk home through Bloomingdale. The robbery went wrong. The robber panicked and shot him. Then the robber ran away without taking anything. This explanation satisfied many people. Robberies happen in cities. Sometimes they go bad. Sometimes people die for $20 in their wallet. The police had seen it before. They would see it again. But the internet detectives found problems with this story. Big problems that kept them awake at night. Seth Rich still had his wallet when the police found him. His credit cards were still inside. His cash was still there. His expensive watch was still on his wrist. His phone was still in his pocket. Nothing was missing. Nothing at all. The detectives asked a simple question. What kind of robber shoots someone and then takes nothing? What kind of robber leaves behind everything valuable? What kind of robber runs away empty-handed from a successful robbery? They studied robbery statistics from the Metropolitan Police Department. Most robberies in Washington, D.C. followed a pattern. The robber demanded money or valuables. If the victim cooperated, the robber took what they wanted and left. If the victim resisted, there might be violence. But even in violent robberies, the robber usually took something. That was the whole point. The detectives found cases where robbers killed their victims and still took their belongings. They found cases where robbers panicked after shooting someone and still grabbed a wallet or phone before running. They searched for cases where a robber shot someone and took absolutely nothing. Those cases were extremely rare. The location bothered them too. Flagler Place was not a typical robbery spot. The street was well lit. Houses sat close together. Windows overlooked the sidewalk. A gunshot would wake the neighbors. A robber would have to be desperate or stupid to choose that location. The timing made even less sense. Seth Rich was shot at 4 in the morning. Most street robberies happened earlier in the evening when more people carried cash. 4 a.m. was an odd time for a random robbery. The streets were mostly empty. Potential victims were mostly home in bed. The detectives examined the physical evidence that police had released. Seth Rich was shot twice in the back. The bullets entered from behind. This suggested he was running away when he was shot. But if he was running away, why didn't the robber just let him go? Why chase him down and shoot him if the goal was just money? Some detectives theorized that Seth Rich fought back. Maybe he refused to give up his wallet. Maybe he tried to fight off his attacker. But the evidence didn't support this theory either. Seth Rich had no defensive wounds on his hands or arms. His clothes weren't torn. His knuckles weren't scraped. There were no signs of a struggle. The medical examiner's report added another puzzle piece. Seth Rich was conscious and talking when paramedics arrived. He was alert enough to answer questions. He was stable enough to survive the ambulance ride to the hospital. But he died hours later during surgery. The detectives wondered what he might have said to the paramedics or doctors. Those conversations were never made public. The 911 call recordings were never released either. The police said they were part of an ongoing investigation. But months passed without any arrests. Years passed without any suspects. The investigation seemed to have stalled completely, yet the evidence remained sealed. The detectives found this pattern suspicious. In most unsolved murders, police released more information over time. They held press conferences asking for public help. They offered rewards for information. They released surveillance footage or witness descriptions. But in the Seth Rich case, information flowed in the opposite direction. Details that were initially public became classified. Witnesses stopped talking to reporters. The case became more secretive as time went on. The botched robbery explanation required people to believe several unlikely things at once. A robber chose a bad location at a bad time. The robber shot his victim twice, but took nothing valuable. The victim had no chance to fight back, but also no reason to run. The police solved none of these contradictions, but stopped investigating anyway. The internet detectives couldn't make the pieces fit together. Every time they tried to accept the official story, new questions emerged. The evidence pointed in too many directions. The timeline had too many gaps. The investigation had too many secrets. They began to suspect that the botched robbery story was not an explanation at all. It was a cover story, something to tell the public while the real investigation happened behind closed doors, or something to tell the public instead of a real investigation. The truth felt like a shape they could almost see in the darkness. But every time they reached for it, it slipped away again. The skeptics had cameras on their side. In a city like Washington, surveillance systems watch every corner. Traffic cameras record every intersection. Security cameras guard every building. Store cameras monitor every sidewalk. The technology exists to track a person's movements from the moment they leave home until they return. Seth Rich walked through one of the most monitored neighborhoods in America. Bloomingdale sits in the heart of the capital. Government workers live there. Embassy staff rent apartments there. The kind of people who value security and pay for it. Yet the cameras that should have captured everything captured almost nothing. The Metropolitan Police Department released a grainy video from a nearby store. It showed a figure walking down the street. The image was so blurry you could barely make out a human shape. The timestamp was wrong. The angle was useless. This became the skeptic's strongest argument. If Seth Rich was killed by foreign agents or political operatives, why didn't the cameras catch them? Professional killers would know about surveillance. They would plan around it. But random street criminals don't think that far ahead. They don't scout camera locations or hack security systems. The lack of clear footage actually supported the robbery theory. Real robbers are sloppy. They make mistakes. They don't worry about being filmed because they don't expect to get caught. The blurry video showed exactly what you would expect from a street crime. Poor quality images of unclear figures doing unclear things. The skeptics pointed to other evidence too. Seth Rich's neighborhood had experienced a spike in robberies that summer. Young professionals walking home late at night made easy targets. The crime statistics backed up the police explanation. Bloomingdale was getting more dangerous, not more political. They also questioned the conspiracy theorists' timeline. If powerful people wanted Seth Rich dead, they had easier ways to do it. Car accidents happen every day. Heart attacks strike young people. Suicides can be staged. Why choose a method that would draw attention and create questions? The skeptics had reasonable answers for most of the strange details. The missing laptop could have been taken by police as evidence. The lack of witnesses made sense at 4 in the morning. The hospital's refusal to talk followed standard privacy policies. The FBI's involvement was routine for any case involving a political figure. But the skeptics struggled with one particular problem. The cameras that didn't work. Not just the blurry store camera. All of them. The traffic camera at the intersection where Seth Rich was found had malfunctioned that night. The security camera at the nearby construction site was pointed in the wrong direction. The ATM camera across the street had been vandalized the week before. One broken camera is normal. 2 broken cameras is unlucky. 3 broken cameras in the same area on the same night starts to look suspicious. The skeptics tried to explain this as coincidence. Urban surveillance systems break down all the time. Cameras get damaged by weather, vandalism, and simple neglect. But they couldn't explain why the police didn't mention this pattern in their reports. If multiple cameras had failed, that would be worth noting. It would help explain why they had so little evidence. Instead, the camera failures only came to light when independent researchers started asking questions. The skeptics also struggled with the hospital timeline. Seth Rich was conscious when the ambulance arrived. He was talking to paramedics. He was alert enough to give his name and address. People don't usually die from gunshot wounds to the back if they receive quick medical attention, especially if they're young and healthy. The hospital refused to release any details about his treatment. They cited privacy laws and family wishes. But this secrecy fed more conspiracy theories. If Seth Rich died from his injuries in a normal way, why not say so? Medical privacy laws have exceptions for criminal investigations. The skeptics found themselves defending a story that had too many gaps. They believed the official explanation was probably correct, but they couldn't prove it. The evidence that should have supported their case was missing, or classified, or destroyed. This created an impossible situation. The conspiracy theorists couldn't prove their theories, but the skeptics couldn't disprove them either. The lack of evidence cut both ways. It made wild theories seem unlikely, but it also made the official story hard to verify. The cameras that should have solved the mystery became part of the mystery instead. In a city where everything is recorded, somehow nothing was recorded clearly enough to matter. The skeptics had logic and statistics on their side, but they didn't have the one thing that could end the debate forever. They didn't have the truth caught on camera. And in the absence of clear evidence, the questions multiplied. The skeptics found themselves arguing against shadows, fighting theories that couldn't be killed because they couldn't be proven wrong. The surveillance state had failed at the moment when it mattered most. The cameras that watched everything had somehow missed the one thing everyone wanted to see. The believers gathered their strength from what they had witnessed with their own eyes. They worked at MedStar Washington Hospital Center. They were doctors and nurses and technicians who had been there that July morning when Seth Rich arrived. They knew what they had seen. They knew what they had heard. And they knew that the official story didn't match their memories. Dr. Jack Sava was the trauma surgeon who tried to save Seth's life. He had operated on gunshot victims for 20 years. He had seen every kind of wound that bullets could make. He knew the difference between a random street shooting and something else. When he spoke about that morning, his voice carried the weight of professional certainty. Seth Rich had been stable when he arrived, alert The wounds were serious, but not immediately fatal. The surgery had gone well. Seth was recovering. His vital signs were improving. Dr. Sava expected him to survive. Then something changed. The patient took a sudden turn for the worse. His condition deteriorated rapidly. The medical team fought to save him, but Seth Rich died on the operating table. Dr. Sava couldn't explain what had gone wrong. In his experience, patients with similar injuries usually lived. The nursing staff remembered details that troubled them later. Seth had been conscious when the ambulance brought him in. He was talking to the paramedics, answering questions, giving his name. He seemed alert despite losing blood. The nurses who prepped him for surgery said he was stable, worried but not dying. They had seen worse cases walk out of the hospital a week later, but there were other details that stuck in their minds. The unusual number of police officers who showed up, the way certain areas of the hospital were suddenly restricted, the federal agents who appeared without explanation, the questions they were asked afterward about what they had seen and heard, the reminders about patient confidentiality that felt more like warnings. One nurse remembered the moment when everything changed. She was monitoring Seth's vital signs during recovery. His numbers were good. His breathing was steady. Then suddenly, his condition crashed. His blood pressure dropped. His heart rate spiked. The monitors started screaming. The crash team rushed in, but it was too late. She had never seen a patient deteriorate so quickly without obvious cause. The hospital security guards noticed things too. The way certain surveillance footage from that morning went missing. The unusual protocols that were put in place after Seth died. The visitors who came asking questions but wouldn't identify themselves properly. The feeling that they were being watched while they worked. The sense that this case was different from every other shooting victim they had seen. Dr. Sava became the most vocal of the believers. He gave interviews to anyone who would listen. He described Seth's condition when he arrived. He explained why the patient should have survived. He questioned the official timeline of events. He pointed out inconsistencies in the police reports. He said that in his medical opinion, something didn't add up. The hospital administration tried to quiet him. They reminded him about privacy laws. They suggested he was misremembering details. They implied that his public statements were inappropriate. But Dr. Sava kept talking. He said he had a duty to speak the truth about what he had witnessed. He said Seth Rich's family deserved to know what really happened in that operating room. Other hospital workers began sharing their stories privately. They talked about the strange atmosphere that morning, the way normal procedures were bypassed. The federal agents who interviewed them afterward, the non-disclosure agreements they were asked to sign, the feeling that they had witnessed something important that was being covered up. These believers paid a price for speaking out. Some faced disciplinary action at work. Others received threatening phone calls. A few were transferred to different departments or different hospitals. Their professional reputations were questioned. Their motives were attacked. They were called conspiracy theorists and attention seekers, but they didn't back down. They said they knew what they had seen. They had been there when Seth Rich died. They had watched the whole thing unfold. They had professional training and years of experience. They knew the difference between a normal case and something unusual. And this case was unusual from the moment Seth arrived until the moment he died. The believers formed an informal network. They shared information with each other. They compared their memories of that morning. They discussed the inconsistencies they had noticed. They supported each other when the pressure to stay quiet became intense. They reminded each other that they had witnessed history, that their testimony mattered, that someone needed to speak for Seth Rich, since he could no longer speak for himself. Their conviction never wavered. They had been there. They had seen it happen. They knew the truth, even if the world didn't want to hear it. The streets of Bloomingdale remember everything. Walk down Flagler Place today, and you can feel the weight of what happened there. The pavement holds echoes. The shadows fall differently than they did before that July morning. Even the trees seem to lean away from the spot where Seth Rich fell. Local residents noticed the changes first. Mrs. Henderson, who had lived on the block for 30 years, said her garden never grew the same after 2016. The roses that used to bloom bright red turned pale pink. soil itself seemed different, as if something had shifted deep underground. The old oak tree near the corner developed a strange lean that summer. Arborists couldn't explain it. The tree had been straight for decades, its roots deep and strong. But after July, it began to tilt toward the street. City workers came to examine it. They found nothing wrong with the foundation. No disease in the wood. No damage to the root system. The tree was healthy in every way except for its sudden need to bow away from that particular stretch of sidewalk. Dogs started acting strange on their evening walks. Animals that had trotted happily down Flagler Place for years began pulling their owners in different directions. They would stop at the corner and whine. Their hackles would rise. They would plant their feet and refuse to move forward. Dog walkers learned to take alternate routes. The animals knew something their humans couldn't sense. The streetlight at the intersection flickered for months after the shooting. City maintenance crews replaced the bulb 3 times. They checked the wiring. They tested the electrical connections. Everything looked normal during the day. But at night, the light would stutter and dim. It cast uneven shadows on the pavement. Neighbors complained about the eerie effect. The city finally replaced the entire fixture, but the new light flickered too. Children who played on the block began avoiding that section of sidewalk. They couldn't explain why. They would run past it quickly or cross to the other side of the street. Parents noticed their kids drawing pictures of the neighborhood that left out that particular corner. When asked about it, the children would shrug and say it felt sad there. The name Seth Rich became something else entirely in the months that followed. It stopped being just the name of a young man who died too soon. It became a symbol, a rallying cry, a weapon in a war that had nothing to do with who Seth actually was. Politicians spoke his name in congressional hearings. Television hosts built entire segments around theories about his death. Internet forums dedicated thousands of pages to analyzing every detail of his life and death. His name appeared on protest signs and in angry tweets. It was printed on t-shirts and bumper stickers. It became a hashtag that trended worldwide. But the real Seth Rich got lost in all the noise. the young man who loved his job and believed in making the world better. The son who called his parents every week. The friend who remembered birthdays and helped people move apartments. The person who existed before he became a symbol. His family watched in horror as his name was twisted into something unrecognizable. They saw strangers claim to know what Seth would have wanted. They heard people use his death to score political points. They witnessed his memory being weaponized by forces he never would have supported. The conspiracy theories grew like weeds in fertile soil. Each new claim spawned 10 more. Each debunked story was replaced by 3 fresh ones. The internet created an endless echo chamber where speculation became fact and facts became suspect. Seth's name was attached to elaborate plots involving foreign governments and secret assassins and cover-ups that reached the highest levels of power. Meanwhile, the physical place where he died remained quietly changed. The neighborhood carried the memory in ways that couldn't be explained or dismissed. The very ground seemed to hold the weight of what had happened there. The air felt different on certain evenings. The light fell at strange angles during particular hours of the day. Visitors to the block often commented on the atmosphere. Something felt heavy there, sad, unresolved. Even people who knew nothing about the shooting would pause at that corner and feel an inexplicable sense of loss. The landscape itself had become a witness to tragedy. The trees, the pavement, the very soil had absorbed something that summer night. They held it like a secret that couldn't be spoken. The physical world doesn't lie or spin stories or create conspiracy theories. It simply remembers. And Flagler Place remembers a young man who died too soon, and a name that became a weapon in a war he never chose to fight. The pattern didn't start with Seth Rich. Across America, other investigators have vanished into the shadows of cases that cut too close to power. Their stories follow the same strange rhythm. They ask the wrong questions. They dig too deep. Then they simply disappear from the narrative. In Arkansas during the 1990s, a private investigator named Jerry Parks was working on a case involving political corruption. Parks had spent months gathering evidence about drug, smuggling operations, and money laundering schemes. He told his family he was close to a breakthrough. One evening in September, Parks was driving home from his office when gunmen opened fire on his car. The attack happened at a busy intersection in Little Rock. Multiple witnesses saw the shooting. Parks died instantly. His files disappeared from his office that same night. The case was ruled a random carjacking gone wrong, though nothing was stolen from Parks or his vehicle. The police investigation lasted exactly 3 weeks. Then it quietly closed. The lead detective transferred to another department. The witnesses stopped talking to reporters. The story faded from local newspapers. Parks' family hired their own investigator to continue the work. That investigator found several promising leads. Then he too stopped returning phone calls. He eventually moved to another state without explanation. Similar patterns emerge in other cases across the decades. In California, during the 1980s, a journalist named Danny Casolaro was investigating connections between organized crime and government contracts. Casolaro called his research the octopus because he believed the corruption had tentacles reaching into multiple agencies. He scheduled meetings with sources who promised to provide documents the night before his biggest interview. Casolaro was found dead in a hotel bathtub in West Virginia. The death was ruled suicide. His research files were never recovered. In Oklahoma, during the late 1990s, a former police officer named Terrence Yeakey was asking uncomfortable questions about the federal building bombing. Yeakey had been one of the first responders on the scene. He saved multiple lives that day, but he kept talking about inconsistencies in the official story. He mentioned evidence that didn't match the timeline. He spoke about additional explosive devices that were supposedly found and removed. Yeakey was scheduled to receive a medal for his heroism. Instead, his body was found in a field outside the city. The death was ruled suicide, though the circumstances raised more questions than they answered. Each case follows the same arc. An investigator gets close to something significant. They make progress. They schedule important meetings. Then they vanish or die under suspicious circumstances. Their else disappear. Their sources go silent. The investigations stall and eventually close. The pattern repeats with mechanical precision. The investigators who disappear aren't conspiracy theorists or amateur sleuths. They're professionals, former law enforcement officers, licensed private investigators, experienced journalists, people who know how to gather evidence and follow leads, people who understand the difference between facts and speculation. Their disappearances can't be dismissed as the fantasies of internet forums or the delusions of grieving families. In each case, the official explanations feel thin. Random violence, suicide, accidental death, heart attacks, car crashes. The causes vary, but the timing remains consistent. The investigators always disappear just as they're making progress, just as they're about to reveal something important, just as they're scheduled to meet with sources. The families left behind share similar experiences. They're told to accept the official explanations. They're discouraged from asking questions. They're advised that continuing the investigation would be dangerous or pointless. Some families comply and retreat into private grief. Others persist and find themselves facing harassment, threats, or financial pressure. A few hire new investigators, only to watch those investigators eventually disappear from the case as well. The pattern creates its own kind of evidence, not the kind that holds up in court, but the kind that accumulates in the collective memory of those who pay attention. Each disappearance adds weight to the others. Each unexplained death makes the next one seem less coincidental. The pattern becomes a story unto itself. Seth Rich's case fits this template perfectly. The young DNC staffer was shot on a quiet street in Washington. The official investigation produced no arrests and few answers. Then the private investigators arrived. Rod Wheeler, the former detective hired by the family, made initial progress before backing away from his most explosive claims. Jack Berkman, the Republican lobbyist who organized press conferences and offered rewards, eventually shifted his focus to other cases. The Fox News reporter who broke the story later retracted key elements of her reporting. One by one, the people asking questions about Seth Rich either disappeared from the story or changed their tune. The pattern held. The investigation fragmented. The truth became harder to distinguish from speculation. The case joined the long list of American mysteries where the investigators themselves become part of the mystery they were trying to solve. Evidence has a way of vanishing in cases like this, not all at once, like a magic trick. Slowly, piece by piece, until you realize what should be there simply isn't anymore. The Metropolitan Police Department collected the usual items from Flagler Place that July morning. Seth Rich's wallet, still containing his credit cards and cash. His watch, expensive enough to make any robber happy. His phone, cracked but functional. The standard evidence bags, filled with standard items from what looked like a standard street crime. But evidence exists in layers. The obvious things that get cataloged and stored. The subtle things that get overlooked. The important things that disappear before anyone realizes their value. Take the body camera footage from the responding officers. Standard procedure requires officers to activate their cameras when responding to violent crimes. The footage should show the scene exactly as they found it. The position of Seth's body, the scattered belongings, the blood patterns on the pavement, every detail preserved in digital amber. The Metropolitan Police Department has never released this footage. They cite ongoing investigation protocols. They mention privacy, concerns for the family. They reference department policy about sensitive materials. The footage exists somewhere in their digital archives, but it might as well be buried in a vault beneath the city. Hospital records tell their own story, or would if anyone could read them completely. Seth Rich arrived at MedStar Washington Hospital Center, conscious and talking. The emergency room staff worked on him for hours. He underwent surgery. He spoke to doctors and nurses throughout the night. What did he say during those final hours? Did he describe his attackers? Did he mention why he was walking alone at 4 in the morning? Did he provide any details that might explain what happened on that quiet street? The hospital maintains strict patient confidentiality, even after death. The medical records remain sealed. The staff who treated Seth Rich that night have never never spoken publicly about his condition or his words. The conversations that might solve this mystery are locked away behind privacy laws and professional ethics. Then there's the surveillance footage that should exist, but somehow doesn't. Bloomingdale sits in the heart of Washington. DC security cameras watch every corner, every doorway, every stretch of sidewalk. The city maintains one of the most comprehensive surveillance networks in America. The police collected footage from several cameras near the crime scene. Some showed Seth Rich walking alone before the shooting. Others captured grainy figures moving through the shadows afterward. But the moments, the actual attack, remain hidden in blind spots between the cameras. This seems almost impossible in a city where privacy has been traded for security, where every movement gets recorded by someone, somewhere. The gaps in coverage feel too convenient, too perfectly placed to be accidental. Physical evidence from the scene tells a different story than the official reports suggest. The bullet fragments recovered from Seth's body came from a .40 caliber handgun, common enough on the streets of Washington. But ballistics experts noticed something unusual about the trajectory patterns. The shots came from close range, but not execution style. The angles suggested movement, possibly a struggle. The wound patterns indicated Seth Rich fought back against his attackers. This contradicts the narrative of a simple robbery gone wrong. Robbers typically flee when victims resist. They don't engage in extended confrontations on public streets. The most telling evidence might be what wasn't found at the scene. No shell casings, despite multiple shots being fired. No blood trail leading away from the body, despite the attackers presumably being injured in the struggle. No witnesses, despite the shooting occurring in a residential neighborhood where people keep irregular hours. Professional criminals know how to clean up after themselves. They collect their brass. They avoid leaving DNA evidence. They plan escape routes that avoid cameras and witnesses. The Flagler Place crime scene looked like the work of professionals, not desperate street criminals looking for quick cash. Seth Rich's laptop disappeared from his apartment sometime after his death. The police never officially seized it as evidence. The family doesn't know what happened to it. The device simply vanished, along with whatever files it might have contained. This matters because Seth Rich worked in voter data for the Democratic National Committee. His laptop would have contained voter databases, internal communications, and analysis software. The kind of information that might be valuable to political operatives or foreign intelligence services. The FBI eventually took over the laptop investigation from local police. They claimed to have recovered the device and analyzed its contents, but they've never released their findings, even in redacted form. The laptop exists in the same limbo as the body camera footage and the hospital records. Evidence becomes a story when you can't examine it directly. The gaps create their own narrative. The missing pieces suggest their own conclusions. What remains hidden often speaks louder than what gets revealed. In the Seth Rich case, the evidence that matters most is the evidence you can't see. Stories change when they pass through families. They get softer around the edges. The sharp corners of facts wear smooth like river stones. What happened to Seth Rich on that July night has been told and retold so many times that the original shape is hard to see. The Rich family tried to control their son's story from the beginning. They hired private investigators. They spoke to reporters carefully. They asked people to stop using Seth's name for political causes. But stories have their own life once they escape into the world. They grow and change without permission. Joel and Mary Rich became reluctant experts in conspiracy theories. They learned the language of internet forums and social media campaigns. They watched their son's death become a symbol for people who never knew him. The family that just wanted answers found themselves fighting a war they never chose to join. The parents gave interviews where they looked tired beyond their years. They spoke about Seth as a person, not a political weapon. He loved pandas. He played video games. He believed in making voting easier for everyone. These human details felt small against the massive machinery of conspiracy and counter-conspiracy that had claimed their son's memory. Other families in Washington watched the Rich case with quiet recognition. They knew how quickly tragedy becomes politics in this city, how personal loss gets absorbed into larger narratives about power and corruption. The rich families' struggle to reclaim their son's story resonated with anyone who had ever lost someone to public attention. The conspiracy theories created their own family dynamics. Believers passed information between relatives like heirlooms. Uncles forwarded articles to nephews. Mothers shared videos with daughters. The Seth Rich story became part of holiday conversations and family group chats, each telling added new details or dropped inconvenient facts. Some families split along the lines of what they believed about Seth Rich. The case became a test of political loyalty and critical thinking. Thanksgiving dinners turned tense when someone brought up the laptop or the missing surveillance footage. The murder of a young man in Washington became a fault line running through American families. The rich family's lawyer sent cease and desist letters to websites and television shows. They threatened lawsuits against people who spread false information about Seth's death. But legal threats move slowly against internet rumors. By the time one false story gets corrected, 10 new versions have already spread. Private investigators working for the family found themselves investigating the investigators. They tracked down sources for conspiracy theories. They tried to trace how false information spread from obscure websites to mainstream media. The work felt endless, like trying to empty an ocean with a bucket. The family's public statements became more careful over time. They learned which words triggered new waves of speculation. They stopped mentioning certain details about Seth's life and work. The effort to protect their son's memory required them to say less about who he actually was. Years passed, and the story evolved. New political events gave the Seth Rich conspiracy fresh energy. Each election cycle brought renewed interest in his case. The family found themselves pulled back into public attention. Whenever someone needed their son's death to prove a point about corruption or cover-ups, the rich family's experience became a cautionary tale for other families facing similar situations. How to handle media attention after a tragedy. How to fight misinformation without amplifying it. How to grieve These lessons spread quietly through networks of people who understood the cost of unwanted fame. Seth Rich's parents aged visibly in their television appearances. The weight of fighting for their son's memory showed in their faces. They looked like people who had been carrying something heavy for too long. The simple desire to know who killed their child had become a battle against forces much larger than any family should have to face. The story that wouldn't stay buried kept growing in the dark spaces where families process tragedy. It lived in whispered conversations and forwarded emails. It survived in the gap between what people wanted to believe and what they could prove. The Rich family discovered that some stories become bigger than the people they're supposed to be about. The conspiracy theories outlasted the news cycles that created them. They found new homes in family narratives about truth and power. Seth Rich became a character in stories his own family barely recognized. The young man who believed politics could be pure became a symbol in a war where purity itself was just another weapon. The truth about what happened to Seth Rich got buried under layers of meaning that had nothing to do with him. People stopped asking who killed a young man on a summer night in Washington. They started asking what his death meant for their own beliefs about the world. The murder became a mirror. Conservatives saw government corruption and media cover-ups. Liberals saw dangerous conspiracy theories and family exploitation. Both sides found exactly what they were looking for in the same set of facts. The actual evidence became secondary to what people needed the evidence to prove. You could trace the moment when Seth Rich stopped being a person and became a symbol. It happened gradually, then all at once. First came the questions about the investigation. Then the theories about his work. Then the political implications. By the time the story reached its peak, the young man who died on Flagler Place had become a character in dozens of different narratives about American power. The internet had created something new in human history. A space where millions of people could examine the same evidence and reach completely opposite conclusions, where amateur investigators could build elaborate theories from fragments of police reports and hospital records, where the line between research and obsession disappeared entirely. Seth Rich's murder became a test case for this new reality. People who had never heard of him before July 2016 spent years studying every detail of his life. They analyzed his work schedule and his bar tabs. They mapped his walking route and timed his phone calls. They knew more about his final hours than some of his closest friends. But all this attention created its own kind of blindness. The more people focused on proving their theories, the less they seemed to see the actual person at the center of the story. Seth Rich became a collection of data points rather than someone's son. His hopes and fears got lost in arguments about ballistics and surveillance footage. The police investigation continued quietly while the public debate raged. Detectives followed leads that never made the news. They interviewed witnesses whose names never appeared online. They built their case the old-fashioned way, through patient work that generated no headlines. This created a strange split in the story. The official investigation moved at the speed of careful police work. The public investigation moved at the speed of the internet. One side accumulated evidence slowly and methodically. The other side generated theories faster than anyone could fact-check them. The family found themselves caught between these two different rhythms. They wanted answers as quickly as everyone else. But they also understood that real investigations take time. They watched amateur detectives claim to solve the case in weeks, while professional investigators worked for years without making arrests. The conspiracy theories fed on this gap between public impatience and investigative reality. Every month without arrests became evidence of a cover-up. Every sealed document became proof of hidden truth. The normal pace of a complex murder investigation looked suspicious to people who expected instant answers. Meanwhile, the actual neighborhood where Seth Rich died went on with its life. New residents moved into apartments near Flagler Place. Dog walkers passed the spot where he fell. The bodega where he bought beer stayed open late. Life continued in the ordinary way that life always continues after tragedy. The memorial flowers eventually disappeared from the sidewalk. The news trucks moved on to other stories. The protesters found other causes, but the questions remained, floating in the digital spaces where nothing ever really goes away. Seth Rich's death had become part of a larger conversation about truth itself, about who gets to decide what really happened, about the difference between facts and narratives, about whether objective reality still existed in an age when everyone could be their own investigator. The young man who believed politics could be pure had become evidence in a debate about whether purity was possible at all. His murder was used to argue that everything was corrupt, or that nothing was corrupt, that the system worked, or that the system was broken, that the media told the truth, or that the media lied about everything. In the end, the war over Seth Rich's death revealed more about America in 2016 than it did about what happened on that summer night in Bloomingdale. It showed how quickly tragedy could become ammunition, how easily grief could be weaponized, how the search for truth could become just another form of combat. The real Seth Rich got lost somewhere in all of this. The person who walked home alone that night became a character in stories he never would have recognized. His family kept trying to bring him back, to remind people that he had been real. But symbols are harder to kill than people. They live longer and die harder. They become immortal in ways their subjects never wanted to be. Stand here on Flagler Place at 2 in the morning. The streetlights cast long shadows between the row houses. The same light that fell on Seth Rich as he walked home that summer night in 2016. The air is thick with humidity, the kind that makes your shirt stick to your back and turns every breath into work. This is where it happened, where a young man's life ended and 1,000 theories began. The pavement remembers nothing. The brick houses keep their secrets. But something changed here that goes deeper than one person's death. Listen to the quiet. Cars pass on Rhode Island Avenue a few blocks away. Their headlights sweep across the intersection where Seth Rich fell. The sound of tires on asphalt. The distant hum of air conditioners working against the heat. Washington never truly sleeps, but it pretends to in neighborhoods like this. The lawsuit came 3 years later. Aaron Rich against Fox News. The brother grief become a political football? Who saw his dead sibling turned into a symbol for causes Seth never supported? The legal papers were filed in federal court in Manhattan. Dry language about defamation and conspiracy theories, but they represented something much simpler. A family trying to take back their story. Fox News had run segments suggesting Seth Rich leaked Democratic Party emails to WikiLeaks, that his murder was connected to this supposed leak, that he died because he knew too much. The network gave airtime to private investigator Rod Wheeler, who claimed police sources told him Seth's laptop contained evidence of the leak. Wheeler later admitted he had no such sources, that he made it up. The night air carries the smell of summer rain that never came. The humidity builds, but the clouds hold back. Like the city itself is waiting for something to break. You can feel the weight of all the words spoken about this place, all the theories built on this single block of residential street. Aaron Rich's lawsuit was different from the others. His parents had sued right-wing websites and conspiracy theorists, but this targeted a major news network, a company worth billions that claimed to practice journalism. The suit alleged Fox News created and promoted a false story about Seth's death, that they did it knowing it would cause the family pain. The legal documents told a story about how modern media works, how a theory can become news if enough people want to believe it, how the line between reporting and entertainment has blurred until nobody can find it anymore. Fox News argued they were just covering a story that others had started, that they were asking questions, not making claims. But the lawsuit revealed something else. Internal emails showed Fox News personalities knew the Seth Rich story was weak, that they had doubts about their sources, that they ran it anyway because their audience wanted to hear it. The story wasn't about finding truth. It was about feeding demand. Walk to the corner where Seth Rich was found, the spot where he lay bleeding while paramedics worked to save him. The houses around you are dark now. Families sleeping behind curtains and locked doors. The same families who might have heard gunshots that night, who might have looked out their windows and seen something that changed everything. The The lawsuit changed how news organizations think about conspiracy theories. It put a price tag on promoting false stories about private citizens. Fox News settled the case in 2020. They didn't admit wrongdoing, but they paid money to make it go away. The amount was never disclosed. Some things stay secret even after the lawyers finish. Aaron Rich said the settlement wasn't about money. It was about accountability, about making sure his brother's death couldn't be used to sell stories that weren't true. The lawsuit created a precedent, a warning to other media companies about the cost of turning tragedy into entertainment. But settlements don't resurrect the dead. They don't undo the years of conspiracy theories. They don't give families back their private grief. The real Seth Rich was still lost in all the noise, still buried under layers of political interpretation and internet speculation. The streetlight flickers above you, the same light that might have been the last thing Seth Rich saw clearly. The neighborhood feels ordinary now. Just another block of Washington row houses where people live quiet lives. But ordinary places can become extraordinary through violence. Through the stories we tell about what happened in them. The lawsuit was one family's attempt to draw a line, to say some stories are too harmful to tell without evidence, that some theories cause too much pain to promote for profit. It was a small victory in a much larger war about truth and fiction in American media. The night holds all of it now. The young man who died here, the family who fought to protect his memory, the settlement that tried to put a price on dignity, the questions that still have no answers. The FBI files arrived like ghosts made of paper. Hundreds of pages released through Freedom of Information Act requests. Black rectangles where secrets lived. Whole paragraphs swallowed by redaction marks that looked like shadows on white paper. You flip through them in your mind. Page after page of interviews that say nothing. Witness statements with every name blacked out. Evidence logs that list items you'll never see described. The federal government's version of the Seth Rich investigation reads like a book with half its words erased. What the files do show is bureaucracy in motion. Agents following leads that dead end in classified territory phone records that stop at the interesting parts. Computer forensics reports that mention a laptop, but never say what was on it. The FBI investigated Seth Rich's murder the way they investigate everything. Thoroughly, quietly, with an eye toward protecting sources and methods more than solving crimes. The files reveal the shape of an investigation without showing its contents, like looking at a crime scene through frosted glass. You can see figures moving. You can guess at their actions. But the details that matter most remain hidden behind federal privacy laws and national security concerns. 3 years after Seth Rich died, the FBI released documents that raised more questions than they answered. Why did federal agents get involved in what appeared to be a local robbery gone wrong? What was on the laptop that disappeared from his apartment? Who were the witnesses whose names got redacted from every report? The files show something else too. How quickly a local murder became a federal matter. How many agencies touched this case? Metropolitan Police, FBI, Secret Service, even the Department of Homeland Security appears in the margins of certain reports. For a botched robbery in Bloomingdale, Seth Rich's death attracted an unusual amount of federal attention. But federal attention doesn't mean federal answers. The FBI files read like a masterclass in saying nothing while appearing to say everything. They confirm Seth Rich worked for the Democratic National Committee. They confirm he was shot twice. They confirm he died at the hospital. Everything else hides behind black ink and bureaucratic language. The most interesting parts of the files are the parts you can't read. Whole sections blocked out for reasons of national security. Witness statements reduced to single visible sentences floating in seas of redaction. Evidence descriptions that start with promising details and end with classification codes. What emerges from the readable portions is a picture of confusion. Different agencies working different angles. Local police treating it as street crime. Federal agents following leads that suggest something more complex. Nobody talking to anybody else in ways that show up in the official record. The files document meetings that never happened according to other files. They reference interviews that don't appear in the evidence logs mention surveillance footage that was never officially collected. The FBI's investigation of Seth Rich's murder exists in the gaps between what they're willing to admit they did. 3 separate field offices contributed to the Seth Rich files: Washington, New York. A third location that remains classified. For a local robbery, the case generated federal interest across multiple states. The files never explain why. What they do explain is how federal investigations work when they don't want to work. How agencies can investigate something thoroughly while revealing nothing useful. How the machinery of law enforcement can consume a case and produce only paperwork. The Rich family's lawyers read through every visible word. They found confirmation of what they already knew. Their son was murdered. The killer was never found. The federal government took an interest, but shared no conclusions. The rest was classified or redacted or lost in bureaucratic processes designed to protect information rather than reveal it. The FBI files became another weapon in the information war that Seth Rich's death had started. Conspiracy theorists pointed to the redactions as proof of a cover-up. Government defenders pointed to the investigation's existence as proof of proper procedure. Both sides found evidence for their beliefs in the same blacked-out pages. What the files never said was the thing everyone wanted to know. Who killed Seth Rich and why? The federal government spent resources investigating his death. They generated hundreds of pages of documentation. They interviewed witnesses and collected evidence and followed leads across multiple states. Then they classified most of what they learned and released the rest in forms too redacted to be useful. The FBI files on Seth Rich tell the story of an investigation that happened in the shadows. They document federal interest without explaining federal conclusions. They prove the government took the case seriously while revealing almost nothing about what they discovered. In the end, the files became just another mystery in a case built from mysteries. Another set of questions disguised as answers. Another reminder that in Washington, even transparency can be opaque. The streetlight flickers above you. The same light that illuminated a crime scene, the federal government investigated, but never fully explained. The memorial bench sits in a small park 3,000 miles from Washington, tucked between two oak trees in Portland, Oregon. The simple wooden plaque reads, "In memory of truth seekers everywhere." Most people walk past without reading it, but Sarah Chen stops here every morning on her way to work. She moved to Portland in 2018, left her job as a data analyst in Arlington, Virginia, left the apartment where she spent 2 years diving deep into the Seth Rich case, left the online forums and the late-night research sessions, and the growing certainty that something terrible had been covered up. She came west to start over, to find peace, to forget. The bench wasn't here when she first discovered this park. She had it installed 6 months after arriving, used her savings to buy the memorial, told the city it honored journalists and researchers who died seeking truth. They approved it without asking questions. Small towns are different that way. Sarah never met Seth Rich, never worked for the Democratic National Committee, never lived in Bloomingdale, but his death changed her life as surely as it changed his family's. She was working late in her Arlington office the night the story broke, scrolling through news feeds between spreadsheets. The details caught her attention immediately. Young man shot in upscale neighborhood. Nothing stolen. No witnesses. Police calling it a botched robbery. Something about the official story felt wrong to her analytical mind. Too many loose ends. Too many questions without answers. She started researching that night and couldn't stop. The internet had already begun its work. Forums buzzed with theories. Amateur investigators shared police scanner recordings. Someone had mapped the crime scene using Google Earth. Sarah found herself drawn deeper into the digital rabbit hole. Her background in data analysis made her useful to the online community. She could spot patterns others missed. She spent her evenings building timelines, cross-referencing witness statements, analyzing cell phone data that leaked online. Her apartment walls filled with printouts and photos and maps connected by red string. Friends stopped calling. Her work performance suffered. The case consumed her like a fever. The breakthrough came 8 months later. Sarah discovered discrepancies hospital timeline. The emergency room logs didn't match the police reports. Someone had altered the records after the fact. She posted her findings online at 3 in the morning. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Death threats arrived within hours. Her work email was hacked. Someone called her employer claiming she was unstable. The harassment escalated daily. Anonymous voices on the phone describing her daily routine. Photos of her apartment building posted online with threatening messages. She realized she had crossed an invisible line. The FBI visited her office on a Tuesday afternoon. 2 agents in dark suits asking polite questions about her research. They seemed more interested in her sources than her conclusions. How did she access certain documents? Who gave her the hospital records? What other researchers was she working with? The conversation felt like a warning disguised as an interview. Sarah deleted everything that night, wiped her hard drives, burned the papers covering her walls, closed her social media accounts, put her apartment on the market, and started looking for jobs in distant cities. The Seth Rich case had taught her something about truth. Sometimes seeking it costs more than finding it. Portland offered anonymity. Rain-soaked streets and coffee shops where nobody asked about her past. She found work at a small nonprofit, rented a cottage near the park, tried to rebuild a normal life. But the case followed her like a shadow. She couldn't read the news without seeing connections, couldn't watch political coverage without remembering what she had learned. The memorial bench became her compromise with the past, a quiet acknowledgement of what she had lost. Every morning, she sits here for 10 minutes before work, remembers the young man whose death sparked a war, thinks about the family still seeking answers, wonders if truth ever really wins. Other people have discovered the bench over the years. A few recognize the reference and nod knowingly. Most assume it honors local journalists. Sarah never corrects them. The memorial means different things to different people. That seems appropriate somehow. The rain falls softly on the wooden plaque. The words blur slightly, but remain readable, in memory of truth seekers everywhere. Sarah pulls her jacket tighter and walks toward the street. Another day chance to leave the past behind. But the bench will be here tomorrow morning, and she will stop again. Some stories never really end. They just find new places to continue. The oak trees rustle in the Pacific wind. 3,000 miles from Washington. 3,000 miles from Flagler Place. But the mystery travels with anyone willing to carry it. The rich family learned something terrible about grief in America. It becomes public property. Your pain gets dissected on television. Your loss becomes evidence in arguments you never wanted to have. Your son's name gets spoken by strangers who never knew his laugh. Joel and Mary Rich watched their private tragedy become a national symbol. They saw Seth's face on protest signs, heard his name in congressional hearings, read theories about his death written by people who had never met him. The boy who loved pandas and believed in fairness became a character in other people's stories. For months, they stayed quiet, hoped the attention would fade, trusted that time would let them grieve in peace. But the internet doesn't forget. The conspiracy theories grew stronger. The accusations got louder. Their silence was interpreted as confirmation. Their grief was seen as guilt, so they decided to fight back. In March of 2018, the family filed a lawsuit, not against the government, not against the police, against a Fox News contributor named Ed Butowski, against a reporter named Malia Zimmerman, against the network that gave them a platform to spread lies about their son. The lawsuit was simple. These people had invented quotes, created fake sources, built an entire story around the claim that Seth had leaked Democratic emails to WikiLeaks. They had done this for money, for ratings, for political advantage. They had used a dead young man as a prop in their performance. The legal papers told a different story than the one America had been hearing. Ed Butowski had coordinated with the White House, had worked with Trump administration officials to craft the narrative, had paid a private investigator to make false claims about Seth's laptop, had coached the investigator on what to say to reporters. The fake story had a purpose. It was meant to distract from Russian election interference. If Seth Rich had leaked the emails, then Russia hadn't hacked them. If a Democratic insider had betrayed his own party, foreign enemies weren't the real threat. The conspiracy theory was designed to protect the president. Mary Rich gave interviews for the first time. Her voice was steady, but you could hear the exhaustion. She talked about watching strangers debate her son's character on television, about receiving death threats from people who believed she was covering up the truth, about the simple wish to remember Seth without having to defend him. The family's lawyer was a man named Michael Gottlieb. He had handled other cases involving false news stories. He understood how lies spread faster than truth in the digital age, how conspiracy theories become immune to evidence, how families get destroyed by stories they never asked to be part of. The lawsuit revealed text messages between the conspirators, emails showing how the story was planned, financial records proving money had changed hands. The evidence was overwhelming. Fox News eventually settled. Butowski was ordered to pay damages. The reporter issued a retraction, but the victory felt hollow. The lies had already traveled around the world. The conspiracy theory had taken root in millions of minds. Retractions never get as much attention as accusations. Truth moves slower than fiction. The damage was permanent. Joel Rich died in 2021. His heart gave out after years of stress and sorrow. He never got to see his son's name cleared completely, never got to live in a world where Seth was remembered for his life instead of his death. The conspiracy theorists claimed his death was suspicious too. Even grief couldn't escape their theories. Mary Rich continues the fight alone now. She speaks at conferences about media responsibility. Advocates for laws protecting families from false news stories. Works with other parents whose children became symbols against their will. She has learned that justice and peace are different things. You can win in court and still lose your son every day. The bench in Portland still gets visitors. Sarah still stops there most mornings. Other people have started leaving flowers, small tokens, notes of support. The memorial has become something larger than its original purpose, a place where people think about truth and lies, about the cost of conspiracy theories, about families caught in the crossfire of political wars. The oak trees have grown taller over the years. Their branches provide more shade now. The wooden plaque has weathered, but remains readable. In memory of truth seekers everywhere. The words mean something different to everyone who sees them. That seems right somehow. Some stories end with answers. Others end with questions that matter more than solutions. The Seth Rich case belongs to the second category. The mystery isn't what happened that night on Flagler Place. The mystery is what happened to America afterward. How quickly we chose sides. How easily we forgot about a family's pain. How willing we became to believe the worst about each other. The morning fog rolls in from the Pacific. Sarah checks her watch and stands up. Time to go to work. Time to leave the past behind for another day. The fog lifts from Bloomingdale as another Washington morning begins. The streets look the same as they did that July night in 2016. The same brick row houses line Flagler Place. The same oak trees cast shadows on the sidewalk. But something invisible has changed in the air between then and now. You can feel it if you know how to look. The weight of all the words that have been spoken, all the theories that have been spun, all the anger that has been aimed at a family who just wanted to know what happened to their son. Seth Rich's name still echoes through the corridors of power. Politicians use it like a weapon. Journalists write about it like a cautionary tale. Internet forums dissect it like a puzzle that might finally be solved if you just find the right piece. The police files remain mostly sealed. The FBI documents stay redacted. The surveillance footage has never been released. After all these years, the basic facts remain the same. A young man was shot on a quiet street. He died at the hospital. The killer was never found. Everything else is interpretation. Everything else is what people choose to believe. The DNC headquarters still stands on South Capitol Street. The building looks ordinary in daylight. Glass and steel and the hum of air conditioning. People go to work there every day. They answer phones and write emails and plan campaigns. Most of them never knew Seth Rich personally, but his ghost walks those hallways anyway. His story has become part of the building's DNA, part of Washington's DNA, a reminder that city, even death can become political. The conspiracy theories have evolved over the years. New details get added. Old ones get forgotten. The story grows and changes like a living thing. It adapts to whatever people need it to be. Some folks still believe Seth Rich was killed for leaking emails. Others think he was the victim of a random crime. Most people have moved on to newer mysteries, fresher conspiracies. The internet always has something else to chase. But the Rich family remembers. They carry the weight of their son's name being used in ways he never would have wanted. They've learned to live with strangers debating his life and death. They've found a kind of peace in focusing on the person he was, not the symbol he became. The memorial bench in Portland still gets visitors. Sarah still stops there some mornings. The flowers people leave have become part of the routine. Small gestures of kindness in a world that often feels short on kindness. The oak trees have grown taller. Their roots run deeper into the Oregon soil. They were here before Seth Rich was born. They'll be here long after his story fades from memory. Trees don't care about politics. They just grow toward the light. Washington keeps spinning its wheels. New scandals replace old ones. New mysteries capture the public imagination. The city has a short attention span for everything except power. But some stories stick around longer than others. The Seth Rich case has become one of those stories, not because of what we know, but because of what we don't know. Not because it was solved, but because it wasn't. The gaps in the narrative have become more important than the facts. That's how legends are born. In the spaces between certainty and doubt. In the questions that don't have clean answers. In the human need to find meaning in tragedy. The morning sun climbs higher over the Potomac River. The water flows south toward the Chesapeake Bay. It carries with it the sediment of centuries, the debris of countless storms, the memory of everything that has happened along its banks. Some of that memory includes a young man who believed politics could be better, who thought democracy was worth fighting for, who died too young on a summer night when the air was thick with possibility. His story has become part of the river now, part of the city's endless flow of ambition and disappointment, part of the American mystery that never quite gets solved. The fog has lifted completely. The day is clear and bright. Somewhere in Washington, people are already planning the next campaign, the next fight, the next story that will capture the nation's attention. But on quiet mornings like this, you can almost hear the echo of footsteps on Flagler Place. The ghost of a young man walking home, still believing in tomorrow, still hoping for answers that may never come. Subscribe for a brand new mystery every night. One tap and a new story is waiting for you tomorrow. Sleep well.